Fox Sports.
We are sports. We are Sun.
Last night, the Rangers turned the Rays' misfortune into a second straight win as Malik Smith's error in the sixth tied the game, followed by back-to-back wild pitches from Chris Archer, bringing home the winning run. Today, the Rays look to turn the page and send right-hander Jake Odorizzi to the hill in the series finale. We welcome you to a Sunday afternoon of Rays baseball. From Tropicana Field, they will wrap up this series against the Texas Rangers. Well, the Rays have dropped 3 in a row, the first 2 here in this series, and they've fallen 3.5 games out in the American League's Eastern Division. Hi again, everyone, and welcome to an afternoon of Rays baseball with Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats. So good to have you aboard. Well, the Rays hoping for better results today, and one of the guys they're going to have to slow down is Elvis Andrus, who came in 0 for his last 16. Boy, is he red hot against the Rays.
Listen, 6 for 9 in this series with 2 home runs, but what he has done against the Rays all season long leads you to believe that in this final game, Jim Hickey is going to scratch the game plan and try something new because it's not working. How about those numbers right there? 14 out of 23 for a .609 average with damage. 4 doubles, 3 home runs. All 5 games have been multi-hit games, but get this, 4 of the 5 have been 3-hit games. Elvis Andrus right now feasting on Rays pitching. This man right here is going to get the first crack at trying to slow him down, and that's Jake Odorizzi. If you go back to his last start, it was a simple adjustment made early that made all of the difference. After walking the leadoff hitter and going out of the stretch, then being forced to go out of the stretch, he stayed out of the stretch the rest of the game, and that's the line that he put up, simplified his mechanics, made everything easier, said he was more comfortable, got the job done in a big way.
It's another Kids Sunday Demo Day at Tropicana Field, and when we come back, Chad Mottola, the Rays hitting coach, teaches hitting. for the wrap-up game of this series. It's another Kids Sunday. And for today's demo, Rays hitting coach Chad Mottola teaches youngster Caden Wechter some basic fundamentals of hitting.
Now we're going to talk about a general setup, how his feet position is, how his legs are. So what I like to do, I have them jump up and land how they think they would guard somebody athletically. So go ahead and do that. And that's when I say, okay, grab a bat and swing, because that means he's able to be balanced and use all different directions. What happens is younger kids are not physically strong enough to generate the bat the wrong way, so they all want to go ahead and swing it using their body. That's natural. Let them do that for now, because there's just not enough strength in there at all times. So don't have that be a red flag, a red light, or something wrong. They have to do something to generate the bat speed. So go ahead and jump with a good balance and swing. There you go. Nicely done. And everybody's going to land differently. Everybody's going to have some type of different balance. Great job. And some guys will land close together. Some guys will land wide. Some guys like using their legs more. Some guys like using their upper body more. But the more you let them dictate these answers, the more unique they will be. And let it play out. Do not be so quick to say, hey, so-and-so does this, we have to do it this way. Let the player decide their hand position, their balance position, their lower half, things like that, and you observe and see which ones work for them as well.
Another Kids Sunday here at Tropicana Field. We are just moments away from the first pitch. Jake Odorizzi against Tyson Ross. We welcome you back to Tropicana Field. Jake Odorizzi, for the 18th time this year, heads to the mound in a starting role. He'll face off against the Texas Rangers. Then we'll take a look at the Texas lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Shin-Soo Choo is going to be the leadoff hitter again, followed by Elvis Andrews. Omar Mazzara is in the third spot of the order in left. Adrian Beltre, Mike Napoli, and Rougned Odor down the middle Carlos Gomez hit 7th, Joey Gallo 8th, Robinson Chirinos, the catcher, will bat 9th.
Well, and for Jake Odorizzi, it's stick with what works, and we talked about it a little bit in the open. That last start against the Oakland A's out in Oakland, leadoff walk out of the windup that forced him into the stretch. He stayed out of the stretch the rest of the game, would just give up 1 hit, a solo home run in 7 solid innings. And he has said, of course, he is going to be sticking with that game plan as he starts this game against the Rangers.
And he has had success against this Texas ball club throughout his career, and hoping to put a stop to this little 3-game losing streak and dropping the first 2 games to Texas. And here is Shin-Soo Choo stepping in to lead it off. Hitting .252. And the first pitch of this game is upstairs. A ball, no strikes. So right from the beginning, Odorizzi out of the stretch. There's a strike, 1-1.
Yeah, that 3-game losing streak frustrating for this team, and certainly the 2 losses to the Rangers. You know, those losses, very tough losses, and to have them in back-to-back games, quick turnaround helps. Get back up on the horse and hopefully turn this thing around.
Well, the Rays coming off the 4-2 road trip and hoping to come home and make the best of that. And they've been disappointed here in the first 2 games against Texas. A late swing by Choo. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know what those 2 games can do, though, is kind of refocus a team. You know, it's kind of jolt of reality, and all of a sudden there is a sharper attention to detail that you find yourself putting into practice, and that sometimes can be, you know, a big help to a squad.
Well, the first game, that 4-3 10-inning loss, certainly disappointing. The Rays have let leads get away. In fact, in all 3 of the games they've lost here, closing out the road trip in the first 2 games of this homestand. That disappointing. And the focus then was, well, you're going to get by that one, and the idea is to win series, which the Rays have been doing a pretty good job of. Morrison takes care of this, and last night's loss very disappointing for the Rays because it prevents them from winning a series now.
Well, let's take a quick look at the Rays defense. Brought to you by Golden Diamond Source. In the outfield left to right, Shane Peterson, Malik Smith, and Steven Souza Jr. And across the infield, third to first, Longoria, Echeverria, Miller, and Morrison, with Jesus Sucre behind the plate.
Now Elvis Andrus, 3 hits in the first game, including a home run, and 3 hits last night. The first pitch is a little wide.
Yeah, and that's why disappointing you can't win this series, but you can win this ball game. And certainly those 2 games can get the team, you know, maybe they start to feel a little too good about themselves, and that kind of gets you right back into, you know what, guys, we have to bring it every single day. Concentration level has to be high every single day, every inning. And that's how you put together the streaks that they were on. They'd won 7 out of 10 coming into this series.
That's a strike. 2-1. Well, the Rays in the wild card still a share of the top spot there. And a cut and a miss takes the count to 2-2.
Well, just challenged him right there with a fastball right out over the plate in a 2-1 count. That's a gutsy pitch to a hitter that has really, you could say it, he's owned Rays pitching this season.
And he gets him there. Strike 3. Andrus out of there. Well, that's a big step in the right direction to retire the Texas shortstop.
Absolutely, and look at the way he drives that 2-seamer right to the outside corner, gets a little bit of comeback action right on the edge, and gets the call there from Jerry Lane. Elvis Andrus held up, but that was a strike.
So 2 gone. He checked with Jerry Lane, who's calling the balls and strikes. Checked with him when he walked away as to whether that was on the swing or was that a strike. And Lane assured him that it was a strike.
That's why that face was made. That's a strike today.
Swing and a miss by Mazzara.
You know, certainly, maybe that's a half inch off the plate. It's certainly close enough to call. And so now maybe that serves notice to the rest of these hitters that be ready to swing the bat.
Mazzara goes after this pitch up a bit. He fouls it back. It's 0-2. Mazzara, in contrast to how hot Andrews has been, Mazzara, their number 3 hitter, is 0 for his last 19. So stop Andrews and continue Mazzara's difficulties until they get out of town.
Start hitting in a few hours.
A ball, 2 strikes.
Well, this has been an interesting offense to follow all season long. Second in the American League in home runs, second in the American League in stolen bases. Very rarely do you find that combo. Don't have a very good team average. I think the worst average in the American League. On base percentage very low, but they score a lot of runs. 3rd in runs per game.
And there's a swing and a miss. Fastball up, and he threw it by him. A 1-2-3 first for Jay Coterizzi. Corey Dickerson's in the leadoff spot today. We'll see him first when we come back. Rays and the Rangers. We'll take a look at the Rays lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Corey Dickerson leading it off, followed by Brad Miller and then Evan Longoria. Heart of the lineup will feature Logan Morrison, Steven Souza Jr., and Shane Peterson. Echeverria hits 7th at short. Smith in center field hitting 8th, and Jesus Sucre, the catcher, bats 9th.
Well, taking the mound this afternoon for the Texas Rangers, right-hander Tyson Ross, looking for a bounce-back outing. His last start was against the Orioles in Baltimore, went 3 1/3, 7 hits, 9 runs, 8 of them earned, and taking his 2nd loss.
First pitch is a strike to Dickerson.
That start against Baltimore, he had gone 10 days in between starts. The previous start was against the Angels. That was pretty good. He pitched into the 6th inning, gave up a run on 5 2/3 innings.
0-2. Well, he's coming back off the disabled list. In fact, his career has been riddled with trips to the disabled list and injuries. He's 30 years old, originally with the Oakland organization, came up with the A's, then San Diego, and now Texas. Foul ball, and Rocco Baldelli makes the pickup.
Well, there's a lot to maintain. You know, Tyson Ross, 6 feet 6 inches tall. And one thing he's able to do, or has been able to do, is create leverage which is his game now, not an overpowering fastball. Tries to work it down in the zone.
So Popper back a third. Beltre's after it, a long run, but cannot catch up to it down near the bullpen. So Dickerson still with a 2-strike count. The young man with a souvenir right there.
That didn't take long.
Right spot. You know, you get down along the bullpen areas, both sides, and a little beyond. Pretty good spots for a souvenir.
Every foul ground ball is going to be handed up into the stands, thrown up into the stands. And if you're a youngster and you're close, almost a given.
Foul right back and out of play. Still a 2-strike count on Dickerson. There's Brad Miller on deck. And this one down and in. He chases and is out on strikes.
Let's take a look at the Texas defense and see how it's going to line up here this afternoon. Brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. In the outfield left to right, we have Nomar Mazara, Carlos Gomez, and Shin Soo Choo. And across the infield third to first, Adrian Beltre, Elvis Andrus, Rugned Odor, and Joey Gallo, with Robinson Chirinos getting the call behind the plate.
Pitch down and in to Miller. Brad hitting it even 200 right now. It's a foul ball toward the bullpen area, and right there, the theory holds true. Another souvenir. Two and one. Ross came up with Oakland in 2010. Spent parts of 11 and 12 with Oakland. Went to San Diego. And the following year, in 2014, he made 31 starts, was 13 and 14 with the Padres. 281 earned run average, was 10 and 12 the following year. This is inside, fastball off the plate, and it's 3-2.
And it wasn't until June 16th of this season that he made his season's debut, recovering from that thoracic outlet surgery. And right now just trying to get into some sort of rhythm.
Ooh, and there is strike three call. Started that one wide, the slider, and it cut over for strike three.
Now here it is. He just starts that ball on the outer edge and breaks it right to the middle of the plate. Gets Brad Miller to give up on it and able to get it into the strike zone. You know, he's had half of his starts, he's given up 4 earned runs or more. The other half, he's thrown the ball pretty well. So it's that whole, you know, it can be very difficult when the career is littered by injuries and you don't get your start until the middle of June when everybody else is already firing on all cylinders.
It's a fastball for a strike. Fastball there, 93. Seeing the slider in the mid 80s. Fastball fouled back, 0-2.
That one there at 94, and certainly the stuff will play. But for Tyson Ross, he needs to be in good areas of the plate. He needs to be able to work in and out, mostly down. Occasionally you'll see him go up. You saw him do that to Dickerson on a foul ball.
It's a ball and 2 strikes.
The thing that's interesting about Tyson Ross, and at least in his pitch breakout this season, rarely does he go to the changeup. So he pitches almost like a guy coming out of the bullpen, where he's got the fastball, the slider, cut the fastball a little bit, but nothing really in the way of a changeup.
Ground ball, that's headed into left through the hole. And Evan Longoria has a base hit his first time up. Evan had 2 hits last night. Two-out single the first time up in this game.
There's a breaking ball right here that just stayed up and in the middle of the plate. It almost looked like Tyson Ross tried to take something off of that slider, change the speed a little bit, and didn't get all the way through it. That ball stayed up. Evan takes advantage.
Into the dirt. Chirinos came up ready to fire and then lost a grip on the ball. 1-0.
Yeah, all the catchers in this game, you've got to keep your eye out for the throw behind. Chirinos will do it a lot. Both Rays catchers, Sucre and Ramos, love to flip that ball down there to first base. You get these hitters that get, or base runners that get the aggressive secondary lead and then aren't quick to get back. They'll try to throw behind you.
Hot shot up the right side again down toward the bullpen. Rocco Baldelli needs to be on alert in that coaching box, and another souvenir right along the bullpen. Youngster that time.
We should start counting them up. We're 2 in.
Yep.
On that side. 1 on the left field side.
One and one, the count to Morrison. Back into the screen. Not a lot of at-bats for the Rays against Ross, with the exception of Dickerson. You saw him in the National League. Dickerson started the game 5 for 14 against him. Morrison's 1 out of 2. Souza on deck, has not faced him before. And Longoria with that base hit came in 2 for 5, so he's 3 out of 6 against him. Pitch upstairs, 2-2. Souza Jr. on deck. Well, the Rays could really use a feel-good win today after dropping the first 2 games on this homestand.
Yeah, losses are always tough, but the manner in which you lose sometimes makes them even tougher. And certainly you go back to Friday night, tough way to lose a ball game, and last night, self-inflicted wounds all around, very tough.
And Morrison out on strikes. 3 strikeouts and a hit in the inning, no score. your local Ford dealer, and by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Scoreless ball game. On to the second inning we go. The Rays and the Rangers wrapping it up. Adrian Beltre will lead it off, and here's where he is on the all-time hit list, chasing Roberto Clemente. 13 hits away from 3,000. First pitch is a strike. Beltre limited to 44 games so far this year, hitting .280 with 8 home runs. Bounce it up the right side. That's going to be out of play.
Going after the ball away. You're supposed to put that ball in play. It's supposed to fall in. I'll tell you, he has so much fun playing the game. It's refreshing to watch. It really is. How about that right
this
there?
This one helped Sucre a little bit.
Yeah, I'll tell you something. He's had a couple of cups this morning. There's nothing wrong with that because I'm on my second.
Ready to play. Let's take another look.
Yeah.
Well, he's just helping Jerry Lane out. Played umpire.
Blonde roast.
Now that's down.
You know, that's something that I learned. I did not know. But you've got your medium roast, you've got dark roast, blonde roast,
yes,
or the light roast. The light roast actually has more caffeine in it
more
than you think the dark roast heavier.
Sure.
No. It's the light roast that has more caffeine.
And you're just now finding that out?
It's all good to me, and I just keep going until I get there.
I know that.
That's right. But see, you can see by Beltre early on here. There's no question that it's been a couple tall boy light roasts.
Yeah.
So it's a day game after night game.
Yeah.
Got to be ready to play.
Well, he's 38. He still has that youthful exuberance.
He does.
Maybe a little more today.
Enhanced.
Yep. 3-2. And he drives it into right center field. That ball has some carry on it. It's going to be off the wall. Tracked down by Souza Jr. Beltre's on his way to third already. And it's in with a triple. Ball popped away for a moment from Longoria, and Beltre was ready to head down the line then. Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, first of all, the way that he got out of the box and all the way over to third base, the energy level, a split changeup here that stays up and starts to move away a little bit from Beltre, and an unfortunate bounce here. Both Rays outfielders converging, and you can see how it hits off that grading out there and off the top of the wall, and it's moving away from him now. That's what allowed Beltre to get all the way to third.
Yeah, the ball bounced off the wall, and so did Malik Smith out there as Souza Jr. played the carom. And so a leadoff triple, the first triple of the year for Beltre, and the first major threat. There's Napoli, the veteran DH, first baseman, catcher, DH today. Hasn't caught in a long time. He has played some at first. One and one. Napoli with 21 home runs. He had been struggling a bit at the plate, and leading up to this series started to collect a few hits, getting his average over 200. Two and one.
Well, he had such a big year a season ago for the Indians. Home runs and runs batted in. Cooled down in September and a little bit too there in the postseason, and the Indians let him go.
Long one, but well foul. That's got a lot behind it, but well foul.
Well, now you've got a chance if you're Jake Odorizzi to go for a strikeout. You know, run around third and nobody out. You almost have to take the mental approach, just record outs and almost concede that run. But you do get yourself to 2 strikes, and now you're thinking, put the guy away. You're looking strikeout.
And a little pop foul coming straight back this way, and just below us, the count is still 2-2. Happily 1 of 9 against Odorizzi in his career. And he would be a big out to get after the triple by Beltre. Fly ball into right field, sending Souza back to his left. He'll make the catch. Beltre tags and heads to the plate, and he scores. Texas with the first run of the ball game.
Well, I'll give Souza Jr. this. He forced Adrian Beltre to run hard to home plate. Boy, on a fly ball that deep and getting a right fielder to move to his left to make the catch. Usually the guy from third base can trot in, but watch Souza Jr. set himself up out there by the track, and then he airs one out, and Beltre, he had to turn on the jets there and gallop behind Sucre for the run.
Work off as much of that energy as possible.
Good team guy out there in right field.
Yep.
Souza Jr. You're right. Energy to burn. Well, let's burn some of it up.
There's Odor. Pitch is a strike. Odor hitting .211. 4 of his last 38. One. Beltre says he made me run hard from third. 2 on the count. You know, you're right about it. He's been, I think, for both of us, one of our favorite guys to watch play, Beltre.
Yep.
You know, number one, the excellence that he brings, but he does bring great enthusiasm and leadership. You can see it. Odor with a popper, back of third, and Evan runs out of room. 2-2.
You know, out of curiosity, I was, you know, because I know I've faced Beltre before and looked it up. And here, I haven't thrown a competitive pitch in the major leagues in a game, in a real game, since 2005. And we've got 21 at bats against each other. 21.
And how did that go?
I'm not sure of the damage. I know he's 5 for 21. It's like whatever that works out to be. But 21 ABs, and I haven't thrown a pitch in the big leagues in 12 seasons. That's called longevity.
Yeah, well, I thought it was interesting the other day when he was matched up against Colomé. I realized he broke in when Colomé was 10 years old. Beltre was breaking into the major leagues. And
think about some of these other guys. Yep. They probably were 4 or 5. I mean, it's remarkable. This is his 20th big league season.
3-2, skied to deep right field. Souza's going to track that one, and it hit the ring, the C ring, and that's a home run. How about that? Souza went back in case it didn't hit the ring, thinking maybe he could have a play on it, but it hits the C ring, and Odor hits his 18th home run of the year.
Well, another split change victimized. This one comes back in, and it's about thigh high, and Odor with that uppercut swing catches it, and that ball off that C ring, and you see Souza Jr. chasing it back in.
Gomez takes a big cut, fouls it back, strike 1. Well, back-to-back home runs. That streak for Odorizzi, back-to-back runs. The home run streak continues. He's allowed home runs now in 15 consecutive games. In terms of his starts, that's a fair ball, just fair off the bat of Gomez. Peterson falls down out there, And Gomez makes a turn and hangs at second. So that's the 14th double for Gomez.
He was able to turn on that offering and keep it just inside the bag. Another split change. It stays up, not a lot of finish to it. And Gomez hits that ball hard and he keeps it fair. You see it right down the line there and over the corner edge of the bag. And that's a pitch right now not working very well for Jake Odorizzi. When you see some of the balls that have been hit hard for extra bases, it's been the split change that has stayed up, not a lot of finish. And with that tumbling action, sometimes easier to pick up, and if there's no movement on it, it comes like a BP fastball.
Joey Gallo takes a fastball upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. So the triple for Beltre, then the sacrifice fly to right, Napoli. And on a 3-2 pitch, Odor hits one out to right off the C ring. Followed up quickly by a double up the left side by Gomez. Gallo takes that one for a ball. 2-0. It's 22 home runs given up by Odorizzi on the year. Gallo pops it up, foul ball. Longoria over near the dugout. He has room and makes the catch. So they get the big bat of Gallo. Gallo's their leading home run hitter. In fact, he's in the top 10 in home runs and hitting 8th today.
Well, here's the thing. He earned a promotion. He was 9th the first 2 games of this series. So after the big double in Friday night's game, Jeff Bannister says, you know, with Robinson Chirinos in the lineup, we're going to go ahead and move you up to 8. That is strange. One of those strange things where you're talking about the middle of the season in July, 22 home runs, and you're hitting at the bottom of the order.
Yeah. And the fact that he leads the team in home runs.
a team that's 2nd in the American League in home runs.
Robinson Chirinos. It's a strike.
You know, we think the Rays spread their home runs out. The Rangers have 8 guys in double figures in home runs. Chirinos being another one of them, and it soon will be 9.
Yeah.
When Beltre, he's got a couple more to go.
Chirinos has a dozen home runs. So they're 2nd in the league. That includes that total Odor's home run, 146 home runs behind Houston and just ahead of the Rays. Chirinos with 2 lifetime at-bats against Odorizzi, and his hit is a home run. He's 1 for 2 against him. Ground ball shortstop. Echeverria maintains his balance and makes the throw. 2-run score, 3 hits, including the home run by Odor. 2-0 Texas.
a current 3-game losing streak. The good news, Rays fans, the team are buyers right now. With 8 days before the trade deadline, the Rays pulling the trigger on acquiring veteran right-handed reliever Sergio Romo from the Dodgers. Romo's won 3 World Series with the San Francisco Giants. Couldn't catch on with LA this season. But guys, I spoke with GM Eric Neander earlier. He told me the Rays love his heart, his playoff experience, as well as his curveball and his ability to get out right-handed bats, guys.
Yeah, and the fact he's coming to another league, that slider he has been a very big pitch for him throughout his career. And it may be a new look for some of these guys in the American League. And as Rich mentioned, World Series, an All-Star. So they're hoping that there will be a fit for him. And so he's been battle tested.
Yeah, and he'll get a shot of adrenaline coming to a new team that's in the race and searching, for playoff position #1, but also eyeing, winning the division and guaranteeing themselves a series as opposed to just, the wild card game. So you've got a hungry team, and sometimes that can give you just the jolt you need to get back on track, because certainly we know, looking at his numbers and having watched him in the postseason, he's more than capable.
3-1 the count to Steven Souza Jr. to open the bottom of the second. Peterson next, and then Echeverria. Foul ball back on a 3-1 fastball. So the Rays playing a little catch-up, down by 2 runs in the bottom of the second, facing Tyson Ross this afternoon. Oh, look out. That had to hurt. Fastball that plunks Souza Jr.
Boy, and how about how badly Tyson Ross missed there? You know that there's no intention in a full count, but my goodness, that's not even close. You would think in any other count that there would be intention there. That's how bad he missed. But if you're going to do that, you're not going to waste 5 pitches before it. Strange. Well, I'll tell you what, Tyson Ross has had an issue with leadoff walks, this being a leadoff hit batter, to start off an inning. He's only 7 starts into his season. Early in the 7th start, he's already done that 11 times. And when he gets out of the stretch and puts runners on, specifically runners in scoring position, he has a very difficult time. So you got to feel like the Rays are going to get some opportunities this afternoon.
Shane Peterson. First pitch is outside. 1-0.
You go back and in Friday night's game, Souza Jr. had the slide late into Andrus. He had a slide in last night's game, into Odor. You start to think, but in a full count, kind of strange. First, second pitch, okay, I get it. I think we'd all get it.
Snap throw to first, and Souza's back in. Well, let's revisit that slide.
Well, this was trying to break up the bunt in the 10th inning. At bottom of the 10th inning, the bunt double play turned out to be. And then in last night's game, as he's trying to advance on a wide throw, the legs come up just a little bit on Odor. They make nice right there, and it's over with. And that's why you say, if he goes first, second pitch.
He's gone now, and a ground ball hit sharply to first off Gallo to Odor and back to Gallo.
I think they're going to get Chirinos.
And I think we're going to get catcher's interference. So that'll be an error charge to Chirinos. But how about the deflection and all of that? But the Rays are going to get 2 base runners, 2 men on with nobody out here, as Peterson's bat made contact with the mid of Chirinos.
And he's reaching. See how he's reaching for that baseball as Peterson is trying to get to it. And you can see clearly taking the top of that glove right down, folding it right over for him is what he did. And then you get this bullet right to Odor. They end up making the play, but for naught.
Peterson was pointing all the way down the line. He was pointing toward Chirinos.
That wasn't a glancing blow off that catcher's mitt. Like I said, he closed it for him.
Echeverria, 2 men on, nobody out. It's the third error charged to Chirinos this year. And a base hit into right field. Shooter is right to make the pickup. Souza Jr. is going to score. Peterson goes to third, and the Rays have come right back with a run in the bottom of the second inning. So they're on the board, and Echeverria picks up a big base hit, driving in his 5th run for the Rays.
Well, runners in scoring position. Tyson Ross has had a heck of a time in that situation. And here's a fastball, wants it down and away. It's middle thigh high. Echeverria does a great job of staying inside of it. Another big hit for the Rays to right field. We've seen that an awful lot from him. And here comes Souza Jr. You're still set up well, too, first and third with nobody out.
Rays turn the hit batter into a run. First and third, nobody out. Here's Malik Smith. Echeverria first, Peterson third.
You know, just to pay off the Souza Jr. situation, what is interesting is that in the year 2017, with the new slide rules, there are people that can take issue with those 2 slides. A few years ago,
it wasn't even an afterthought.
Didn't even think about it.
That's right.
Didn't even think about it. But that's how you've you've changed the game in that respect. You know, the hard nose, the collisions at the plate, those are virtually, you don't see those anymore. Middle infielders at second base getting flipped on trying to turn a double play or make a play, you never see that anymore. And so those issues, now you say, whoa, wait, look at how he went in hard. Well, yeah, that was the game for 100 years. Not a big deal. And by the way, both middle infielders, Andrus and Odor, both stayed on their feet. So it wasn't even that bad. As a disclaimer.
2-0. Yeah, I get you. You're absolutely right about that. And there's a difference between maybe something malicious and playing the game hard, playing it aggressively. But you've sort of legislated that latter notion out.
Yes. So now that becomes dirty. Playing the game hard is now playing the game dirty. Old school, hard-nosed, break up a double play is now dirty. And it's actually not, but that's what, you know, that's what happens when you.
Fine line.
We've only seen Souza Jr. be malicious one time, and that was to that fan in Toronto. He went forearms flying. And that one, we have video evidence of the maliciousness of that hit. But that's it. That's the only time.
Yeah, that was a tough takedown there. I mean, I don't know that he targeted him.
Oh, he did.
Didn't even know him.
That's ejectable. That's ejectable.
There was great form in it, though, and entertainment value.
It's still given this day to this day.
And that would mitigate, you know, any malicious intent. But 2 balls, 2 strikes. If it's fun, it kind of cancels out any malicious.
If it's fun
approach
for the majority and not so fun for one man and his family, that's fine.
Yeah,
we can live with that.
Where did we go wrong? 2-2.
Showing up.
This one is fouled out of play.
Getting out of bed and coming here.
Yeah,
is where it all went wrong.
Men on the corners, first and third with a run home. It's a 2-1 ball game. Bottom of the second inning. Having said all that, these guys are really trying hard.
Yes,
right
they
now.
are.
So there you are.
Listen, Tyson Ross trying very hard here for a strikeout. Malik Smith trying to put that ball in play and drive home a run.
And a ground ball. Odor to Andrus, one over to first for the double play. And Peterson crosses the plate. We have a tie game.
You know, that's absolutely right. And that's the only way that you're doubling up Malik Smith. And unfortunately for him, he's not going to get an RBI because of it. But it does tie the game. Malik Smith so quick out of the box, almost impossible to double him up on a ground ball, but sharply hit to Odor, who gets rid of it quickly. Andrus does a great job covering. This middle infield here for the Rangers, they lead the American League in double plays turned in. You can just see how smooth they are, the symmetry between them.
Sucre, and the pitch is outside to him. So the Rays have come right back. Boy, important too. After the first 2 games, see Texas score 2. In the second, the Rays back with 2 in their half. It's 1-1. The slider in for a strike.
Well, and think about how both base runners reached. Full count hit by pitch, catcher's interference. I'll tell you, you self-inflict wounds, and the Rays don't have to look any further than just a night ago. They come back to haunt you more times than not.
2-1. Under it, he pops it. Odor out from second base into shallow right center, makes an adjustment, and the catch. Rays score 2 at the end of 2. We're tied at 2. Tuesdays presented by Morgan Auto Group continues Tuesday when the Rays take on the Orioles. You can purchase $2 tickets for kids 14 and under with the purchase of a full price adult ticket. All fans can get $2 hot dogs presented by KM Franks. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit raysbaseball.com/specials. Top of the third finds the top of the order. Coming up for Texas, Chu, Andrus, and then Mazzara. Chu retired the first time up on a ground ball to first, shortens, and that pitch is a strike. $14 home runs for Chu, including the one in the 9th inning on Friday. That's a strike, delayed call, and it's 0-2.
Well, did you see the way that Sucre froze the pitch? That pitch, it's moving its way out of the strike zone, and watch Sucre just stick it. He presents it and he says, well, that looks pretty good to me, and I'll call it a strike. Now you force that swing, and out number 2.
Yeah,
or one.
Going to miss on that one up.
Very excited there.
Well, we all get a little ahead of ourselves once in a while. But that's a great observation you made right there on Sucre. And there's a strikeout pitch. But that prior pitch, that's just an art form.
It is. It is, and the Rays catchers do it as well as anybody. Sucre especially. The way that he, going up into the corner of the strike zone, the way that he just snatches the ball back into the zone. And he does it quickly. But you're right, getting under a pitch that's moving down and freezing it right there.
Andrews fouls it out of play. Yeah, with Ramos and Sucre, it's fun to watch the Rays catchers at work.
Yeah, you know, a position that has been such a trouble spot for the Rays over the years, and now it's solid, very, very solidly stocked for a while, you hope.
Chases this one.
Now we're obviously spending a lot of time talking about their defense. What about the offensive production of the position?
Yep.
And it'll continue to climb. Ramos is an offensive force. Sucre has been Mr. Clutch with runners in scoring position.
He's been up around 370 all year with men in scoring position. This one a little wide. It's 1-2 to Andrews. Outside 2-2, and you know firsthand what it's like if you have a catcher back there that you have complete confidence in. That's one thing that you don't worry about. It doesn't clutter your mind, and that's a big lift for a pitching staff to have catchers like that.
Yeah, and you know the catchers.
And the third right in front of it, Longoria. His throw right there, 2 gone.
Way to stay down and get over in front of that. Nice play by Evan Longoria. But you're right. You know, that trust has to be earned. You know, Sucre new to the ball club, Ramos the same thing. And, you know, they come with a certain reputation, sure. But a lot of times you need to see it yourself. And then once you do, then you just go back to pitching. You know, if I'm going to throw an 0-2 breaking ball right here and I'm going to, you know, take it down out of the strike zone, out of the bottom of the strike zone, I know they're going to gobble it up.
I would think there are 2 things that are critical, and one's being on the same page in terms of working hitters and working your way through a game. And the other is the point that you just mentioned, knowing that you could have a guy at third, and if you've got to throw a pitch that winds up in the dirt, you're good with that. Cut and a miss by Mazar, strike 1, because the catcher's back there is going to make sure that he's on the receiving end of that pitch, and that might be the pitch to end the inning to get the hitter.
Yeah, I mean, that you know that they're going to do everything that they can to make that play. I mean, that's just it. They're going to sell out to make sure that that ball is blocked. And, you know, you love that because there's some guys, if they don't have that confidence, you eliminate a pitch from their arsenal.
Yeah, think about that, what you're giving up.
I know. I mean, and you know, what do the hitters talk about? They love to get in counts so they can eliminate pitches. And if they've got a catcher back there that they know doesn't handle the ball in the dirt, and this guy likes to bounce a split or a change-up, a slider, and, you know, well, maybe I don't have to necessarily look for that pitch here. Or if I do get it, it's going to be in the zone where I can handle it.
Oh, yeah. Did he go? Oh, close there. Chad Whitson down there says he held up.
If it makes contact, that's a double.
Might still be a double. Just fair. Barely fair.
A Dickerson down the line double.
And now full count.
Well, he did a good job of throwing the hands at that pitch and keeping the barrel back just far enough. That's not real easy to do.
That one foul, pitch in. So we'll see another 3-2 pitch. The Rizzi touch for a couple runs in the second inning. Triple, sacrifice fly, and a home run. 2 up, 2 down in the third. And that one is foul the other way. Zara protecting there. That probably was ball 4, but he wasn't going to take any chances. Fouled it away.
Especially with when you were talking about his first at bat, the little slide that he's been on. You're not going to take any chances and put that call into the hands of an umpire. Anybody. You're up there trying to fight and battle, and hopefully you get a pitch out over the plate.
And he takes this one for ball 4.
looking for something out over, and that pitch got yanked in a little bit. And this one Mazzara does take. See where it's meant to be. Gonna reach all the way back across. That's close, but you're probably not going to get that pitch just by the way that Sucre received it, having to reach all the way across his body outside of it.
And you could see he was still trying to present it the best he could.
Those are some strong triceps if you can do that. Freeze it right there.
Beltre fouling it back, strike one. Beltre's triple to lead off the second inning, his first of the year. And another hit in his march to 3,000. 0-2 now. Beltre with 2,988 hits.
See those fingers right on the side of the baseball. Just a cut fastball, very subtle. Takes it far enough away to get the swing and a miss.
One ball, two strikes.
A tap dance followed up by a nervous swing. And he's fun to watch in the box too.
Fouled straight back. Final play, and the count is still 1-2. Miller stepping on the bag at second. No runs, a man left. Through 2.5, we're tied. 2-2.
Gold in the crowd here at Tropicana Field. That's because today is Chop at the Trop, celebrating all the Seminole fans who are Rays fans. And one of the biggest Seminole supporters, Jameis Winston, in attendance. The Bucs quarterback also threw out the first pitch. Nice 20-yard completion to start this game. And obviously, no one loves that more than another Seminole himself, Rays skipper Kevin Cash, guys.
Well, there you have it. And that would have been a nice little brushback pitch to a right-handed hitter.
Yeah, he would have moved
keep him honest.
Well, you know what? He did have good velocity, and that arm better be in shape. Getting ready to start camp here pretty soon, if you can believe that, D. Wayne.
Before you know it.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. 1-1 the count here to Dickerson. Lead off the Rays half of the third.
He was just getting on the wrong end of a power finger right there. I know a little something about that.
It's a ground ball. So do the rest of us. Gallo takes care of that.
Wow.
Unassisted. Now Brad Miller. It's all good fun. Entertainment, you learn a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Tell you one thing.
That's right. It's not too good.
Here's Brad Miller. Struck out on a slider his first time up. Takes this pitch inside, 1-0. You know, Tyson Rossman, what an interesting career he's had in terms of just trying to stay healthy. He, I think his father is a doctor and his mother is a nurse. And it seems that things happen. He hurt, not his, and he's had problems. And you mentioned the thoracic outlet syndrome, coming back from that. But he's had elbow issues, shoulder issues. He hurt his left shoulder when he was with the Padres hitting. And then when the season was over, had to have that worked on. And when you start to think about all the connective areas of shoulders, elbows, thoracic outlet syndrome, the rib removed.
And you know what ends up happening? As difficult of a burden it is to bear physically, mentally, it starts to wear on you, because it's almost what's the next thing that's going to break down.
Yep.
As hard as you try to keep yourself in shape and do maintenance work during the course of the season and in the off season to make sure and stay away from those instances, they still seem to happen in untimely spots. Every so often there's another issue, and like I said, physically tough enough, but mentally it becomes very difficult. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop all the time, seemingly.
Pitch in on Miller, fastball, and he fouls it.
And you know what? Some guys are just more prone to injury than others.
Yeah, that's amazing.
It is. I mean, different bodies, you know, just built differently, different mechanics of throwing, swinging, the way that you use your body, how well that you've worked it. Nasty slider there.
That was very tough. It's the second out, the second time he has struck out Miller. 4 strikeouts in the game for Ross. Bases empty, 2 outs. Evan Longoria. Strike 1 to Longoria. Two. Well, we've seen Rouse make some pitches here today. You understand why the team might like him. And he sweeps that one away and strikes out Longoria. An impressive 1-2-3 to the top of the lineup. on Fox Sports Sun is brought to you by your Southern Chevy dealers and by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. 2-2 tie. Rays wrapping up their series against this Texas Rangers ball club. Baltimore Orioles come in starting tomorrow night. Napoli looks at the first pitch away. Slider well off the plate. Napoli, then Odor and Gomez. One and one.
Mike Napoli, one of the more aggressive hitters in the league, and there are a lot of them, but he is a fastball hunter. And that's why you see Odorizzi, the ball moving away, the changeup right there for the swing and a miss. Nothing straight, and I'll bet you if it is, he's going to try to climb the ladder with it, get it up there by the letters.
Napoli driving in a run with a fly ball to right field, his first time up. 1 for 9 against Odorizzi, and there's a high fly ball to left. Peterson's all the way to the wall, and he makes the catch. Peterson found himself backing closer and closer to the wall and got about a step away from it to gather that one in.
Yeah, that was getting a little uneasy as that ball continued to come down and Peterson continued to drift. Looked like it was off speed, hit a mile high.
Jake, wow. Yeah, you know, off the bat, you thought that was going to be a mile-high pop fly.
Right.
Might get a little deep, but not that deep.
Medium deep.
Yeah.
Borderline routine. And instead, you're hoping that Peterson stops moving backward. I mean, it gets to be that close.
Yeah. Odor homered his first time up. Hit the C ring in right field. 2-0. That's his 18th home run of the year. Odor hit 33 home runs a year ago. Fouled out of play. Here's the home run.
I think that's where his average has gone down this year, and it's, you know, above 200, but he has become more and more looking to drive the ball, hit home runs. I guess 33 will do that for you. But, you know, you look a year ago, he had 13 bunt base hits. This season he's got 3. Everything is about the uppercut swing and trying to drive the baseball. Not nearly as multi-dimensional as he was a season ago.
And a swing and a miss. He chased that fastball up and strikes out.
These guys that have the big uppercut swings, they love fastballs, so give them the fastball and give it up close to their eyes so they see it big and they want to get it. But with the uppercut swing, you see he just cannot get there, try as he may. And that's a Jake Odorizzi special right there, and he punches out Odor.
You know, we mentioned Odor hitting those 33 home runs last year. He walked 19 times all of last year. I think he has 15 walks so far this year. And you don't find many people, many hitters, who hit as many home runs as he did. 33 home runs. He walked 19 times.
Went to the Adam Jones school of hitting.
Yep. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You know, the pace that Evan Longoria is on right now. in June and July, he could give you a season of about 19 or 20 walks. He's not wasting any time either.
He's not. You're right.
He's got, what, 30 walks on the season, and 25 of them are in April and May. Only 5 walks since June the 1st. He's up there ready to swing the bat, and boy, oh boy, he sees something he likes, he's turning it loose. I'll tell you what, though, he's been backing it up with good numbers.
2-2. You know, I'm just checking. Adam Jones, he'll be coming in with the Orioles. He had one year when he had 33 home runs and walked 25 times. I was thinking about guys who walked fewer than 20 times with 30 home runs. Andres Galarraga, remember him?
Oh, yeah.
He did that one year. High foul. It's out of play. A little souvenir down in that area. So it's a 2-2 count. So when you think about Odor last year, 19 walks. Now, right now he has 18 home runs and 15 walks. But last year, 33 home runs with only 19 bases on balls. Swing and a miss. Gomez out on strikes. 1-2-3 go the Rangers. Bottom of the 4th coming up. We're tied 2-2. Coming up here at Tropicana Field, the Rays 7-11 and the YMCA teaming up to keep kids water smart from the start. The Y offers a variety of water safety programs teaching swimming and fundamental skills for children and adults. For more information, visit ymcatampabay.org. Here's Logan Morrison. Jammed and it's popped up. Ross making the call near the line at third, getting off the mound, and in front of the 5-time Gold Glover, Beltre makes the catch.
It's possible, and we just saw it. Tyson Ross, and not just right back to him. Heading over towards the third base line, his ball gets in on Logan Morrison. Adrian Beltre closing in. Ross is like, I've got it. Here, you can throw it around though.
Steven Souza Jr. hit by a pitch, and the Rays turned that into a run. 3-2 pitch that hit him in the back. Too low, 1 ball, no strikes.
That has to be one of the worst full count misses we've seen all season.
2-0. Yeah, because you start to go into that area, I mean, it's a sense that you're going to hit a guy, and if if you want to. That's the general vicinity you would go.
Yeah, you try to rib cage.
That's a foul ball up the right side. 2-1. We have Odor just to the shortstop side of second. Gallo, the only defender on the right side. Well, it's 2-2. Tapper foul. All the scoring taking place in the second inning. 2 by the Rangers, 2 by the Rays.
Really a big game for both teams. The Rays trying to snap a 3-game losing streak, and the Rangers here in the final week leading up to the trade deadline trying to show management that they're in this thing. You know, they're, well, I think 4.5 games out in the wild card, that range, but they've got a number of teams that they would have to climb over. But it has been a streaky team. You know, these guys put together a 9-game winning streak back in the middle of May, so they're capable. But you're running out of time to prove it.
Well, as we discussed the other night, Darvish, his name is prominent in speculation. Whether they would pull the trigger on that or not is another story. And there's ball 4. Souza Jr. is on base again. First walk given up by Ross.
Number 2, Shane Peterson.
Shane Peterson. Peterson reached on catcher's interference his first time, an error charged to Chirinos, but no official at bat charged against Peterson for reaching on the error. And that's a base hit out of the reach of Odor. And Souza Jr. advances to second, and Peterson is aboard.
Now, Tyson Ross didn't get the memo. Fastball out over the plate to Shane Peterson on the first pitch of an at-bat. He's going to put a good swing on it. And he did right there and hit that ball hard enough. He gets it by the dive of Odor, and the Rays are in business.
So Danny Echeverria up here, our Toyota inside look. He doesn't waste any time up there either. Fewest pitches per plate appearance, just a little ahead of Longoria since Evan has started to become much more aggressive on the 1st of July.
Well, Evan, as of yesterday, was the only guy below 3, and Echeverria was nowhere to be seen. So he has made some big-time progress.
Ooh, takes a pitch.
Looks like he's trying to give up the lead. This didn't take very long. That fastball or whatever that was stayed up and out over the plate. He inside outs it into right field. Here comes Souza Jr. Run number 1 of 2 in that inning.
1-0 to Echeverria here in the 4th. 2 balls, no strikes.
Now you start to work yourself into a more of an advantage in that count. 2-0. Echeverria, a lot of his big hits have been the other way, and the way that they're playing him with Odor shading heavily up the middle.
Runners are on the move. Throw down to third is not in time, and the Rays pull off a double steal. Souza stealing third, his 5th stolen base of the year, and Peterson following into second base.
And the Rangers had a shot there if Torino's throw was on line. It's a little bit wide. Beltre coming off the bag, tries to reach back and tag Souza Jr. But he's able to get behind him, get the foot to the bag. Reach right there, and he just did not quite get to the back of Souza Jr.
So now both men are in scoring position. It's a 3-0 count on Echeverria, who's walked one time since he has joined the Rays. And up 3-0 right now. And he walks here. Bases are loaded with one out. Malik Smith is on his way to the plate. And there's some movement down in the Texas bullpen right now.
Tyson Ross has pitched himself into a fix here. A walk to Souza Jr., first pitch base hit to Peterson, then the walk to Echeverria. Doug Brocail, the pitching coach for the Rangers, comes out to talk to him. But
Tony Barnett is up in the bullpen and just now starting to throw. So the Rays with a golden opportunity. MLB.com at bat. Your #1 mobile app for live baseball, live Rays baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Rays home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Souza third, Peterson second, Echeverria at first. And here's Malik Smith. Malik shoots one into right. That ball's going to be over the head of two off the bottom of the wall. Souza scores. Peterson scores. Over to third goes Echeverria. Smith in at second, and the Rays take the lead. Wasting little time. Malik Smith jumps on that first one and hits it over the head of Jew and right. And the Rays now lead 4-2.
Now you see, he got a hanger. That pitch just spinning middle of the plate, and Malik Smith is down and through it with authority. Going to get this ball over the head of Chu out there in right field. One hops the wall. The merry-go-round starts.
So two men in scoring position for Jesus Sucre, and he's been very, very good in these situations before. And he's after the first pitch, fouling it, a little piece of it, strike one. Sucre hitting .375 with men in scoring position this year. Echeverria at third, Smith at second. Infield up for Texas. And here's the bunt with the runner coming down the line, and that bunt hit Sucre while he was in the batter's box.
Yeah, and they got him up near, I mean, either the helmet, the bill of the helmet knocked that off, or in the face and off the bill of the helmet. That ball came way up high on Sucre. You'll see it right here. Straight down and up. Took the helmet right off.
Yeah, under the bill of that helmet. And fortunately, I think the helmet and that bill took the brunt of that. Boy, that was close to being a very difficult situation. So a 2-strike count. He did not go. 1-2. Ground ball. Throw to the plate from second. And out there. Chirinos colliding with Echeverria. And Echeverria tagged out.
And there was nothing that Chirinos could do because the quick throw from Odor took him right into the line. Now, everything happened there so quickly, and he's going to be looked at here by the training staff. Watch Odor gets rid of this ball quick. That throw leads him right up the line and right into Echeverria. He gets bent back over those knees.
So Echeverria cut down for the second out. Smith goes to third, and Sucre aboard on a fielder's choice. And you can see the flip right there, the aftermath of the collision. Chirinos a bit shaken by that. And Kevin Harmon, the head trainer of Texas, out there to take a look at him. Kevin spent a time here with the Tampa Bay Rays. Now the head trainer in Texas.
Designated hitter, Corey Dickerson.
Apparently everything's okay. It's Corey Dickerson. Rays have taken the lead. Would like to take advantage of the opportunity. They're going to have to do it with 2 gone now. Dickerson looking for his first hit. A good time for it. Pops it up foul, backing out of play. Two runs in the second inning, 2 more in the fourth. It's 1-1. The 20-pitch inning for Ross. It averaged 19 per inning coming into this game. And his career's about 16 and a half. So he's still in the process of getting that back down to where he normally has it.
Yeah, the high walk totals have really hurt Tyson Ross as he tries to, like I said, get back into rhythm. It's been a while. He's been out there consistently, and he's very fortunate that he got away with that pitch right there. 2-1 hanger right in the middle of the plate that Corey Dickerson just gets underneath.
Two the count. 2 men on, 2 men out, 2 runs home, and the Rays lead by 2. Upstairs, runner goes. Nobody covering second, and Sucre moves up. Sucre with a stolen base. He's 2 for 2 in that department. Rays have 3 steals in the inning.
You can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him.
No, they don't. It's to the point where they don't even cover the bag anymore with Sucre running. Why bother? 3-2, and that's ball 4. The Rays will reload the bases. Bases loaded. Brad Miller due up.
Second baseman Brad Miller.
Well, 3 walks, 2 hits in this inning. 3 steals. Malik Smith, the big hit with a double, driving in 2. Jeff Bannister looking on. manager at Texas. And Brad Miller has been called out on strikes and struck out swinging in the third. Getting another look at Tyson Ross. Down and in. Ball one. And there's ball two, a fastball missing. Smith third, Sucre second, Dickerson first.
They start to run out of options too.
And he misses for ball three.
And that's what I mean. You know, you have the bases loaded. You work yourself to a 2-0 count. All of a sudden, the fastball over the plate doesn't seem, you know, like a viable option. So you try to trick them with a little backdoor breaking ball. Miss with that. Now you're 3-0, and you are severely limited here. And maybe down to your last pitch.
And that's a strike, says Jerry Lane.
A little slow to call that a strike.
What do you think here?
That's
3-1.
The obligatory, Dwayne.
And now strike two. Count is full.
No arguments on that one.
3-2, 2 outs, runners will be breaking. And ball four upstairs. He walks home a run. Smith pushed across the plate. It's a 3-run inning for the Rays. And that's going to be it for Ross. An RBI on the walk to Brad Miller. Bannister makes a walk to the mound. And we'll see a new pitcher from the Texas bullpen. Florida Lottery presents the Family of the Week for Life Scratch-Offs with a top prize of $5,000 a week every week for the rest of your life. The longer you live, the more you keep winning. That's Winfinity. You must be 18 or older to play. Play responsibly. Rays with 5 runs off the starter Ross. They've collected 3 here in the 4th inning. 4 walks and a couple hits have all contributed. And that's it for Ross.
Well, really hurt himself, hit by pitch, a number of walks, walking in a run. Rays so far have been able to take advantage for 5 runs, and looking for more here as Tony Barnett comes on for the 27th time. He's worked 28 1/3 innings.
He inherits a bases loaded situation with Evan Longoria at the plate. First pitch is outside. It's 5-2 Rays. One and one.
A chance here for the Rays to really blow this game wide open. A big hit by Evan Longoria, who's had a really nice July. A more aggressive approach at the plate. We've already highlighted that.
Fly ball, right field. Chu is there to make the catch. So the Rays are finished in the 4th, but they scored 3, 2 coming on the double by Malik Smith. And at the end of 4, the Rays have built a 5-2 lead. Brought to you by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. From Tropicana Field, on to the 5th inning. 5-2, the Rays now lead this game. A little refreshment break right there in the middle of this game. Looked pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Usually save something like that for the end of the day, after dinner. To be able to pull that down on a Sunday afternoon, yeah, it's a treat.
Yeah, another good reason for Sunday afternoon baseball.
Oh,
get that ice cream a little early. Here's Joey Gallo to lead off the 5th. He takes a strike. Well, Odorizzi off a 1-2-3 4th inning when he got Napoli, Odor, and Gomez. We'll have Gallo, Chirinos, and then Chu to deal with in the 5th. Missed by much right there. 1-1.
change up down in the zone, and a big inning for Jake. You know, he gave up those 2 runs in the top of the 2nd inning, fell down 2-0. It's been all Rays since, 5 straight runs. And he's continued to throw up zeros, and you'd love to see him to get into a nice nice rhythm here. Bottom of the order, get 8-9-1 and get this thing rolling as you get into the second half of this ball game.
It's a cut and a miss, 2-2.
The Rays offensively already chomping at the bit. They're already into the Texas Ranger bullpen, which sometimes is not the greatest thing to get into a guy's bullpen so early because of the amount of quality arms down there. But this Ranger bullpen has struggled. So you got a chance to even add on from that.
Now a full count to Gallo. Jonathan Lucroy has moved into the on-deck circle. Chirinos, who was shaken up in the bottom of the fourth inning, due to hit, but apparently Lucroy about to replace him. That's a shot back into right field and will get out of here on a line. 3-2 pitch, and Gallo lines his 23rd home run of the year into right field to make it a 5-3 ball game.
I got to be honest, there was not a thought in my head that that ball was getting out of here. It didn't sound like he hit it that well. It's the split changeup. That ball got in a little bit. That ball was not on the barrel as much as, part of the barrel and in just a little bit towards the label. That's how strong Gallo is. It did not have home run sound out of it, but it certainly had home run distance. And it's a big boy, and that's what, number 23?
23. Second home run of the day for Texas. Lucroy with a 1-0 count. Now 1-1. He is the pinch-a-penny pinch hitter. Foul right back. 1-2. Two runs in the second inning. Rays got 2 in the second, 3 in the fourth. Now Texas a run in the fifth. And Lucroy fouls it. Still the 1-2 count. Lucroy 0 for 4 last night. It was 0 for 3 with a walk in the first game. It's 2-2. Jake, after his 7th win of the year, coming in 6-4. This is his 18th start. 3-3 at home and 3-1 on the road. And really his numbers pretty similar home and away. Overall a 4.37 ERA at the start of the day, 4.47 at home, 4.21 away from home.
I'm just trying to get things back on track as you look at his ERA in June above 5.5. Here in July it's above 6.
And the count is full to Lucroy.
Yeah, that's what was so encouraging about his last outing. You know, he came out in Oakland, not an easy place to pitch. It's a pitcher's ballpark, but you know, West Coast swings are tough, and Oakland can be tough on a lot of teams. They play very well there, and gave him 1 hit, 7 innings, 1 hit. That was absolutely a legitimate line.
And now a walk to Lucroy follows the home run, and he's really not happy with himself out there.
Well, he's looking at the spots in the order. You give up the walk, yes, but Gallo out of the 8 hole with the home run, a walk to the pinch hitter out of the 9 hole, and where we were talking earlier about having a nice 8-9-1 right after the Rays give you, your offense gives you a 3-run lead to work with, it's been homer walk. Not
now,
good.
a visit from Jim Hickey.
I'm just going to try to get him right back on track and give him some reminders about Chu and Andrus.
And the Rays will get action up in the bullpen. It's Kolarek, the lefty, and Ramirez, the right-hander.
I think Kevin Cash in that Blake Snell start his last time out where he pulled him after 4 kind of sent a message.
Yep.
Like, hey guys, we're not going to just stick with you just because. So if you're out there, third, fourth, fifth inning and it's not effective, then we're going to make the move, or at least be ready to make the move. And that's what you do when you start having playoff aspirations.
Yeah, well, it's that time of year when you find yourself in the race, and that's what you do.
Can't give away games, especially a game where you're 5 innings, well, 4 at bats in, and you've scored 5 runs as an offense.
And you do hear that argument. Well, a win in April is as big as a win in May or September or August, whatever. The situations are different. In April, you're still trying to find some answers so that you can be relevant when you get to July and August and September.
Right.
But you get down now to where they are, they're already relevant. They're trying to stay relevant and more. And so that's how those managerial moves change.
Hey, you can't view individual games or stretches in a vacuum. You can't view statistics in a vacuum. You can't view, pitch selection in a vacuum. Success of a certain pitch.
Yep.
Well, that pitch, it may be successful because it's been set up by the other pitch.
So it's 3-0 now to Chu after that visit from Hickey. A man at first. It's a 2-run game now. Chu takes a strike, 3-1. Andrus, who's been very tough on the Rays in this series, is on deck. That's all you need. That guy do up. And ball 4. So a home run and then back-to-back walks. Chu's at first. Lucroy at second base. The hitter's going to be Elvis Andrus. He homered, singled, and doubled last night. Homered with 2 singles in the game here on Friday. And here's the home run he hit last night in the 4th inning off Archer. And with Andrus coming up, that move that we were talking about and the time of year being made right here. Call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery. Kevin Cash out to make the change. and 2 men on via the bases on balls. And Elvis Andrus due up. Kevin Cash has gone to the bullpen, and the call goes to Erasmo Ramirez to inherit this situation.
Well, Erasmo been very effective coming out of the bullpen. As you can see, he's done an awful lot for this Rays team. 26th game, does have 8 starts, 4-3 record, has worked 68 1/3 innings. And he's going to cut right through the heart of this Texas lineup with 2 runners aboard and nobody out here in a 2-run game.
Well, these are updated with the strikeout, ground out. Still impressive. 14 for 25 with 3 home runs this year against the Rays. And here's Ramirez delivering his first pitch for a ball.
Yeah, 5 games against the Rays, all multi-hit games, and 4 of the 5 are 3-hit games. That's almost impossible. And he has been dialed in against this staff.
And he lays off the pitch close. It's 2-0. 4 innings plus for Odorizzi. 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, 3 walks, 3 runs, responsible for 2 on. He made 95 pitches. Big cut and a miss, and it's 2-1.
Well, Erasmo, instead of going with traditional fastball there, just went with a little cutter. Threw the cutter for a strike, and he actually had Andrus out in front. On the side of the baseball, it's a very subtle slight. You can see the swing of Andrus was on the baseball, but a little too soon.
Two-1. Fly ball center field. Malik Smith there making the catch, the tag, and the runners will hold at first and second. Lucroy, the runner at second, wasn't going anywhere. So he's at second. Chu still at first with 1 out.
That's a big get right there for the Rays. Inning not going very well and falling behind Andrus, but comes back to retire him on a routine fly ball to center. He's not real happy, understandably.
Nomar Mazara will be the next hitter. Right now 0 for his last 20, walked in the 3rd. Pitch is outside. 1-0. Ramirez falls behind. 2 balls, no strikes.
I'll tell you, I think Elvis Andrus is as frustrated with the fact that he flied out in that 2-1 count that Jonathan Lucroy did not get to third and challenge the arm of Malik Smith. You know, you could see him looking back out there at the middle of the field. There would be no reason to do that. It was a routine fly ball, and nothing that Erasmo did out there, you know, on the mound. And you could see him talking to Beltre when he went by him. I think he was upset that, you know, you're thinking first and third now with 1 out, easier to score. And Lucroy did not challenge Smith's arm that was deep enough to maybe do that.
And this one is down. 3-1. Full count now. Ramirez against Mazzara. I'll tell you, Mazzara hitless in his last 20, but 2 for 2 in his career against Ramirez. All kinds of things at work here in this at bat.
Well, you're not kidding. And a big pitch to be made.
And he loses him. And that will be the third walk of the inning issued by Rays pitching. And the bases are loaded. Bases loaded for Adrian Beltre. So it gets more and more difficult. And Beltre is 6 for 14 in his career against Erasmo Ramirez. Beltre takes the pitch, and that's a strike inside part of the plate. Valeric up in the bullpen. High pop up. Sucre after it. Morrison there, but Sucre is going to make the catch. That is out number 2. Boy, a big out to get Beltre with the bases loaded. I mean, nobody taking any chances there. Sucre called it from the start, but Morrison came racing down. Ramirez went to cover the plate just in case.
Well, you get desperate. The inning has been ugly enough. You want to take no chances.
Two outs, bases loaded. Rays lead by 2. And Mike Napoli is the hitter now. And he misses the pitch, pulling off. Strike 1. Napoli 2 of 7 in his career against Erasmo. This ball misses. Napoli hit the fly ball into right field back in the second inning that scored Beltre after the triple, and then hit a towering fly ball to left in the fourth that sent Peterson back a step from the wall. Got a lot of carry on that high fly ball. Now it's 1 and 2 out front.
Cutters and changeups, and really that's the only choice you have here, at least early going against Napoli. Talked about it earlier in the game. The guy hunts fastballs like no other. Give him the 2 pitches that appear to be one. He pulled off the cutter, was over top of the changeup.
Lucroy third, Chu second, Mazzara at first. 2 outs. 1 and 2 the count on Mike Napoli. That's low. 2 and 2. 2-2. He got it. Struck him out. Back to the changeup. Napoli out on strikes. Texas leaves it loaded. Erasmo Ramirez comes on and does the job. Bottom of the 5th inning coming, with the Rays holding a 5-3 lead. Unlimited baseball break is brought to you by T-Mobile. How about Bryce Harper's 15-game hitting streak? 458. And better than a run batted in per game during that streak. And the White Sox, with no offense or very little, and their starting pitching struggling, have dropped 8 in a row.
Not surprising. I mean, 2.5 runs a game, and then that starter's ERA. And that hit streak by Bryce Harper, nothing chintzy about that with a 458 average.
Jonathan Lucroy stays on to do the catching after hitting for Chirinos. Two 2-0 the count to Logan Morris. Ground ball into shallow right. Odor is there. The throw is in time. One away. Now Steven Souza Jr. He's been on twice. He's been hit by a pitch and has walked and has scored 2 runs. Tony Barnett in relief of Tyson Ross. It's fouled back. Barnett came on with the bases loaded and left him that way. He'd been in a stretch where he'd allowed 10 of his last 13 inherited runners to score and got out of that, leaving the bases loaded.
So you get that average down just a little bit. Keeping the Rays right there at 5-2, and then the Rangers would come back and threaten. Erasmo Ramirez leaving the bases loaded, and here we are. And Barnett, that little hesitation you could see in the delivery to try to create a little bit of deception and allow himself to gather over the rubber before he drives towards home plate. That will be, a mechanism not a lot of pitchers use, but some will use it just as a way to gather yourself so you're not drifting towards home plate too soon. And you'll see it right here. Balance point, now go.
2-1. Rays action in the bullpen. Kolarek still up, joined by Tommy Hunter. And this one dislodges the mask of Lucroy. Torino's left with an ankle sprain, and they'll have precautionary x-rays. That occurred on that play at the plate. One out, bases empty. Souza Jr. with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he is caught looking. Strike 3, first strikeout for Barnett. 2 up, 2 down, go the Rays in the 5th.
Souza Jr. looking for something other than the fastball here. Here's a fastball that's right down the middle, and obviously looking for the off speed. It just catches him, locks him up, and he heads immediately to the dugout. Knew that pitch was there.
Shane Peterson takes the pitch for a strike. Been on twice today, officially 1 of 1. Single, stole a base and scored a run in the 4th inning. And looks at strike 2. Reaches for this one and strikes out. A 1-2-3 5th. On to inning 6. Rays up by 2, 5-3. Lead. Ned Odor struck for the 18th time this year with a home run in the 2nd inning, making it a 2-0 game. The Rays back. Picked up 2 in the home half of the 2nd. 1 on the base hit by Echeverria. Alex Smith breaking that 2-2 tie. Doubling in 2 runs. The Rays picked up another run on a bases-loaded walk. And Joey Gallo hitting his 23rd home run of the year in the 5th inning, counting for the 3rd Texas run and making this a 2-run ball game, 5-3 through the front 5. So it's on to inning 6 we go. And the Rays will call upon the left-hander Adam Kolarek with Rougned Odor due up. And they have Tommy Hunter throwing in the bullpen as well. But Odor, the left-handed bat to open it, and Kolarek will match up against him.
Two of the first three hitters scheduled. We've got Odor, then Carlos Gomez, but then Joey Gallo. We'll see exactly what the matchups are as this moves forward.
Little ground ball to the right side. Picked up by Miller in the low throw. Dug out. Oh, he's safe. At first is the call. Marvin Hudson waiting just a beat and made the safe call.
We'll see. I think Logan Morrison immediately looked into the Rays dugout and said, take a look. This would be extremely unfortunate if this turns out to be the case, because Brad Miller's there. He flips that ball straight into the dirt. Wow, that is close. Did that ball get into the interior of the glove on the hop right there? Yeah,
yes,
that should
it
get
did.
it.
He's out.
Yep, that should be quick and easy. But still, the fact that it even was that close.
Yep. So the Rays should have this thing fall in their favor. The initial call safe at first, and I think that one look we had was clear enough. And so Odor is indeed out. One pitch, one out.
Some drama to start out. That ball clearly secured there by Logan Morrison before Odor got to the bag. But again, the fact that that is even a play that you have to take a look at, that throw right into the dirt. You're just a little flip throw, and he spiked it right to Logan Morrison.
Carlos Gomez against the left-hander Kolarek. Ball, no strikes. Two and 0. Chopper foul. 2-1. We're in the sixth. Chop to third. That's a foul ball. And again, Longoria's going to go ahead and make the play just in case, but Jerry Lane made that call, and it's foul. Because it's possible that he could be in foul territory and the ball in fair territory, but that was clearly foul.
Especially when you're trying to get around the baseball. Those third basemen on those choppers, they try to get around the baseball to create a better angle for the throw to first. So that absolutely could be the case.
So back to the plate, Gomez. 2-2 the count on him. It's fouled out of play.
That's where Kolarek will give you most of the time. He is straight sidearm, maybe even a little below that, and every now and then he'll come up closer to that 3/4 arm angle, especially against righties, and he does get a couple extra miles an hour on the fastball when he does that.
That's right back into the screen.
Done with the last two pitches.
The right side out of play. And a nice catch by a fan. Prepared with a glove and made a fine backhanded catch right there.
Great backhand. Oh yeah, reenacting right there.
Yeah, and you know you've done something when you're getting high fives from the family. Look at that catch.
I think the heart rate is right now.
A little tap right back to the mound. And the toss to first. 2 gone. 2 up, 2 down, and the hitter is going to be the left-handed bat of Joey Gallo. Gallo is fouled out to third and is homered. The home run is 23rd. This one headed toward the middle, and it skips past Echeverria, who is moving to his right. Tried the backhand, and it skipped by him.
That was going to be a stabbing backhand. That ball was hit hard, and he was going to get himself an in-between hop. Great view of it right here. Right off the mound. That's what caused that long hop out there, and then the short hop that gets by Echeverria. See him clip the top of the mound, kick it in the air, and it gets by him.
Now down to the Lucroy is due up, and Kevin Cash comes out of the dugout. He's had Tommy Hunter ready in the bullpen, so a call to the bullpen brought to you by the Florida Lottery.
The Rays getting involved with some Rays who are on the disabled list right now, but still keeping busy with the community. Kevin Kiermaier and Matt Duffy among those who were part of the Rays hosting the National Play campaign last night, promoting children living a healthy lifestyle and disability inclusion. PLAY stands for Promoting a Life of Activity for Youth, and the Rays, as usual, doing a wonderful job of incorporating that into the baseball environment inside Tropicana Field. Guys?
And apparently Kevin Kiermaier also making sure that the dugout looks good, and the facial hair is balanced well there on Jamie Nelson.
Yeah, I think something was caught up in that facial hair. And he was no, this side, this side. You got a little bit of lunch left over.
Yeah, so it's important stuff going on in dugouts.
Well, listen, you would want your friend to tell you that. There's nothing worse than like sitting with somebody, talking, having a conversation, and all of a sudden you get up, you go into the bathroom, you look yourself in the mirror, and you're like, really? Nobody could tell me this?
That's right.
You're just going to let me go all day with that?
That's what friends do.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
And there's nothing mean about it.
Yeah.
I'm looking out for you. You don't want to look like an idiot.
Tommy Hunter in the game. Sometimes that's tough. I mean, between the two of us. I mean, you know what I'm saying. LaCroix up here. LaCroix against Hunter. 1 strike the count. Difficult for us to help each other.
There's a tendency, even with nothing stuck in my beard.
Oh, and now the runner takes off. Gallo picks up a stolen base. It's his 6th of the year in as many attempts.
You know, this team, and it was funny getting an opportunity to talk to Jeff Bannister about his offense. He said, when we're swinging the bats and letting it fly, I'm going to let the boys do their thing. He said, but if it starts to slow down a little bit, I will push the action. And he certainly is pushing the action here, running Gallo with 2 strikes. But he does get in there. And this is a team that is 2nd in the American League in stolen bases.
Yeah, that's 79 now for them.
That's it. That's how he kind of gauges how he uses the running game.
Oh, and a line drive, but it's going to be caught by Miller. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Bottom of the 6th inning coming. 5-3 Tampa Bay. Coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gold Coast Honda dealers. We'll be with you at 6:30 and hear from Blake Snell, who will be on the mound to open the series against Baltimore. And Orestes will break down the Orioles slugger Chris Davis. Here's a Danny Echeverria to lead off the bottom of the 6th.
That was an interesting little ring up there by Jerry Lane. I thought he just ordered 3 orange whips.
Look at this. I think you're right.
Yeah, no, this is Jerry Lane ordering 3 orange whips coming up.
Meanwhile, the count's a strike, and now it's 0-2. This one a little more traditional.
Yeah, just focus in on the right-handed Jerry Lane. Yep. Orange whip? Orange whip?
Another one.
3 orange whips.
All around. For everybody. Foul ball straight back. Very generous.
He called it on him. Might as well get him a whip.
Echeverria, then Malik Smith, and Jesus Sucre against Tony Barnett. the first out in the 6th. Third strikeout in a row for Barnett.
He's shown some good stuff here. You know, he's been able to low ride the fastball, and then that slider's been a very good pitch for him. It's been sharp here. Actually, knuckle curve. Looks more like a slider. He keeps it tight. Throws it hard too. Knuckle slider? Is there such a thing? It's so funny how many different grips there out there on these different pitches, especially the changeup.
And there's the bunt by Malik Smith, barehanded, but no throw by Beltre. So a bunt base hit for Malik Smith, who's on for the 2nd time today.
And we haven't seen that here in the recent past from Malik. Know that he's fully capable of doing it. Seen him try it, but this one he gets down, and Beltre, he is anticipating it, and still puts it in such a good spot that you just don't know if he didn't trust himself on the angle of the throw or didn't have a very good grip on the baseball. But he ate it. I'll tell you what, that's when you are an accomplished bunter with great speed, is when you've got a third baseman that far in on the cut, you can still bunt it that way and beat it out without a throw, especially with a guy like Beltre over there.
1 on 1 out. Jesus Sucre. Smith 14 of 18 in the running game. Way upstairs with this one. 1-0. Foul out of play. 1-1. He scored twice in the 2nd inning, 3 times in the 4th. Hold a 2-run lead. Very deep. Chu makes the catch. We have 2 outs in the top of the order. About to step in.
I will tell you this much right here. If Malik Smith does indeed try to steal here, 2 outs, trying to get into better scoring position out there at second base, there has not been an attempt on Barnhart this season, and now over 29 innings of work.
So let's see what the Rays do here. Dickerson shoots it up the right field line, and that's a foul ball.
Few feet.
Well, that's one way to try to get Smith home. Move those outfielders around, have them chase a line drive out there. Now that's a photo moment right there. Big smile and a souvenir baseball. Alex back in. Dickerson looking for his first hit of the day. Walked in the 4th inning. Came into the game hitting .311. 1 ball, 1 strike. Runner goes. Pitch is high, and the throw is in time. Alex Smith cut down. Andrews put the tag on him. And we're going to see what the Rays do on this one. Malik's got his hand in there or not. And boy, I'll tell you, from that angle, it's pretty close. Does he get the tag or not? And you know, the Rays, who challenged the play earlier and got it overturned, challenging this one, and they might have a pretty good case if they look at all the angles.
Well, it looks like the tag gets close to the elbow shoulder. The hand's already on the bag at that point. So, I mean, if they look at this, I don't know, the way that this would be a great look too. Fields comes in for the tag, and as he swings it back in, the hand gets to the bag right there. I think he's going to be safe, no doubt. No doubt.
See right here.
Yeah, he's still well wide, and that hand is now there as the tag now comes in. Yeah, by the time he got it to the front of the shoulder, he was in there. This is safe. First stolen base attempt off Mr. Barnhart this season. It looks like it should be successful.
The play under review right now on the challenge. Barnhart's return to the mound to stay loose out there, and he is safe. So that's a stolen base and will be number 15 for Alex Smith. Andrews taking the throw, and Alex Smith in safely at second.
But the thing now too, any of those plays, the tag plays into the bases, you've got to maintain 100% contact with that bag, lay on that thing.
Now the Rays have Smith in scoring position for Dickerson with a 2-1 count. Corey hitting over .340 with runners in scoring position. Fouls it back, and it's 2-2. He wouldn't mind to have that pitch again.
Right up there in the zone to be able to drive, get that ball in the air, and with Corey Dickerson's power, immediately you're thinking extra bases, maybe a home run. I don't think there's too many pitches that Corey would not like to have back.
Upstairs, full count. Alex Smith bunted his way on, has stolen second. And is out on strikes on the fastball up. 93 got him. No runs, a hit, and a man left, and we're headed into the 7th inning with the Rays leading 5-3. Adrian Beltre in the Texas dugout, subject of our Geico Great Moment, June 24th, 1998, and Adrian Beltre doubles off Chuck Finley in his first Major League plate appearance for his first hit. Well on his way, closing in on 3,000 now, and the eventual induction into the Baseball Hall of Fame. Just 12 shy of 3,000. Up with the Dodgers, then Seattle, here in Boston, and then Texas. Tommy Hunter opens the 7th inning against Chu. 1-0 the count. Chu, Andrus, and Mazzara due up. It's 1-1. Chase Whitley up in the bullpen. Two and one. Foul ball, and the count is even.
Yeah, that's a nice option that Tommy Hunter has. You know, he's got the good fastball, 95, 97, but also that little cutter. And that's a pitch, even, you know, he can still get good velocity on it, but he gets that, you know, lateral movement. And in a 2-1 count against a dangerous hitter, you throw that, you bring it in on him, he fouls it off. It's just, it's a nice option to be able to go to.
Ooh. Chu took that pitch close. Full count.
Breaking ball right there. He's trying to drop that thing down and in, get the swing over the top. That was close to being called.
Swing and a miss. That takes care of him. The fastball. 3-2 fastball, and Hunter strikes out Chu.
You can see right on the side of it. That's that little cut version, 93.
Elvis Andrus. There's a first pitch strike. Got a great series, had a great season series against the Rays. Two.
Well, they've handled him so far here today. The only day that they've handled him in this season series. The game's still not over yet, but in a good position here. 0 for the day, 0-2 in the count.
This is a little wide right there. 96. 1-2. Down to first, backhanded by Morrison, and a race to the bag, and he wins it. Morrison got in there just ahead of Andrews. Nice play all the way around, starting with the backhand.
Look at Morrison showing some athleticism over there at first base, getting to the ball number 1, then the race to the bag. Thinks for a second about flipping it right there, then says, no, I'll do it. And how about that? The double slide into the front end, into the back end. And Tommy Hunter avoiding all of it.
Yeah, Hunter showing some great dexterity there.
That almost looked choreographed. That whole play was choreographed. Is this game even real?
2 gone. Want to know the count to Nomar Mazara. Look out, a hot shot.
Man.
The right side and out of play.
That was a bullet.
And everybody okay. That was a shot indeed.
Well, that gets scary. That gets scary. That as quickly as that ball gets into the stands, you think of where you take your eye off home plate for a split second. My goodness.
One and two. Swing and a miss. That breaking ball biting hard down and in. 3 up, 3 down, 7th inning stretch time, 5-3 Rays. Third game of this series against the Texas Rangers, and the Rays hold a 5-3 lead in the middle of the 7th inning. A couple of home runs for Texas. The big hit for the Rays, a double by Malik Smith, driving in 2 in a 3-run 4th inning. And the Rays have this lead. They'll be facing Matt Bush, the third pitcher for Texas. Tyson Ross worked 3 2/3. Tony Barnett 2 1/3. Bush is on for his 38th appearance.
He held on to the closer's role here for the Rangers for a time. And now really Jeff Bannister going by committee, although the last couple of chances have gone to Alex Claudio. But Matt Bush, we've seen him before. Big fastball. And he loves to attack the zone with it. Why wouldn't you? You saw he had good strikeout numbers.
Well, Bush, after Tommy John surgery and a troubled past, emerged last year and gave the Rangers reason to believe that he could be a closer in 58 games, 7-2, with a 248 earned run average, 61 strikeouts in just under 62 innings, and only 14 walks last year.
You know, he's one of those guys that was very good in the setup role. Got an opportunity after Sam Dyson kind of imploded at the beginning of the season, got an opportunity to be the closer, had uneven results, has gone back to the setup role and started to throw the ball well again. And some guys are just better suited to that 7th, 8th inning as opposed to the 9th.
Brad Miller swinging and missing the 98-mile-per-hour fastball.
Get it started.
So Miller, Longoria, and Morrison coming up in the 7th. Upstairs, 1-1. Brad Boxberger up in the Rays bullpen. Inside, 2-1. Three balls and a strike. Evan Longoria on deck. That's a base hit through the right side. And Miller is on for the second time. He had walked with the bases loaded in the 4th. Opens the 7th inning for the Rays with a base hit.
Fastball down and in. He gets to it, hits that ball hard on the ground. Just finds a hole in on the right side. Leadoff man aboard.
Evan Longoria.
2 pitches max.
There's one.
Only because it was in the dirt.
Rays scored all 5 of their runs off Tyson Ross. Swing through it. 1-1.
All right, I owe you. I'm gonna write it out right now. Well, I owe you.
Evan tried to check went around.
Just could not hold up, and he realized it too. That ball about halfway to the plate, he's realizing as he gets it started early, just cannot.
Miller got the base hit through the hole on the right side. He's at first. Longoria lifts it into center. Out goes Odor. Gomez coming in, and he's there to make the catch. So one away.
Number 7, first baseman, Logan Morrison.
So now Logan Morrison will be the hitter, and while the Ranger battery talks it over on the mound, Morrison's got a conversation going with Jerry Lane. Morrison 0 for 3, a strikeout, pop out, and a ground out. Fastball is in there for a strike.
I'll tell you, that's a fastball that's got some juice to it. 97 to 99 we've seen here this afternoon. Pretty good range there too.
He takes this one, the curveball, for strike 2. Cut and a miss. So the fastball at 98 and a 3-pitch at bat for the strikeout. 2 outs to the man. Now another conference between Lucroy and Bush.
Yeah, and you wonder why. Those are the conferences that you wonder why. I mean, you know, maybe going over something with Souza Jr., but that's usually something you're well schooled on before this inning ever starts. You get an out, you punch a guy out on 3 pitches, and the catcher goes to the mound. But you know what? We see that more and more than we've ever seen it before. That's the new normal.
Well, now Steven Souza Jr. You do wonder what goes on.
Yeah, I mean, I really do, because I'll tell you what, and I know it's a different generation. There's no question about that. But when I was out on the mound, I didn't want the catcher coming out. I wanted to stay in a rhythm. That's what we have hand signals for. We've already gone over the hitters. You know what we'd like to do, and we're well aware of the game situation. I didn't want that walk out there, chit chat, wait for you to go back. I wanted to go play. I want to play ball.
Yeah, there's some pitchers who would chase people away. You might have been one of them.
I did that one time. Damian Miller attempted to come out and took his mask off, and I shoot him back behind the plate. He wasn't appreciative of it, and I get it. I get it. But I'm like, no, we got this. Go. I feel the same way about meetings now, even with what we do. Meetings and rehearsals are for the birds.
Yeah, not too good.
No, there's nothing good that comes out of either one. Rehearsals get butchered, and meetings are pointless. It's just somebody can check a box. I did something today.
3-0 the count. Miller at first, 2 gone. And that's ball 4 inside. Souza Jr. draws the walk. He's on for the 3rd time. He's been hit by a pitch and has drawn 2 walks. 2 on, 2 out for Shane Peterson. Another little get together out there on the mound. I mean, this inning is especially for you.
I love it. I love watching it. I'm fascinated.
I mean, this has happened after every hitter.
Yeah. Baseball 2017. Love it.
Now here's Shade Peterson. And a big cut and a miss after that first pitch fastball. He'll go after that first pitch, and with pretty good success. That one 98, a little tough to catch up to it up there. Foul ball, a little piece of that one at 98, and it's 0-2. Single by Miller, a 2-out walk to Souza Jr. They scored 2 in the second, 3 in the fourth. Texas 2 in the second and 1 in the fifth.
Well, you would love to add on here late, give yourself some breathing room. You have that chance here, although the deck's stacked against you right now.
Ooh, and then the breaking ball.
And
Takes it low.
You know, that's the thing too. And that breaking ball right there, curveball at 80 miles an hour. And you think about that fastball 97, 98, 99, that forces you to react quickly. And then you have a tightly spinning curveball off of that that's, you know, 16, 17, 18 miles an hour off of it. You can see why you get so many chases. Nice job by Peterson there to hold up.
And a ground ball, backhanded, down at first, and a race to the bag. Bush takes the throw from Gallo, and the Rays do not score in the seventh on the hard hit ball by Peterson. Nice play by Gallo and by Bush getting over there. We're at the end of 7, and the Rays hold a 5-3 lead. Visit CanesStrikeout.com and pick up the printed home voucher. Take that to any Canes furniture store within 7 days and receive a coupon for a free Whopper sandwich combo meal from Burger King. Brett Boxberger is going to be the new pitcher as we move into the 8th inning. He follows Odorizzi, Ramirez, Kolarek, and Hunter. 8th appearance for Boxberger.
Well, and this is how, you know, Kevin Cash in this game is trying to piece this thing together. And he's gotten it down to the final 2 innings. Brad Boxberger called on to set up in the 8th. And more than likely, things stay as they are. Alex Colomé in the 9th. But first things first, you got Beltre, you've got Napoli, and a couple of power threats right off the bat. And Brad will go to work.
Beltre tripled and scored in the second inning. He is 1 for 3. He takes the pitch down. That's a strike. 1-1. Beltre, as we've mentioned, pursuing 3,000 hits. Two and one now. Headed to the Hall of Fame. He's played more games for the Rangers than anybody else. More games in their ballpark than any place else. It's fouled back. So you'd think he would go in with the Texas cap. Tap down to third. Foul ball. And the count is still 2-2. Well, his trophy case is pretty full.
You think?
Take a look at that.
Yeah.
4-time All-Star and 5 Gold Gloves. But we're not finished. 4 Silver Slug Award. In pursuit of 3,000.
Yeah, well decorated 20th big league season.
And a big cut and a miss. He's out on strikes. Big strikeout for Boxberger, the 9th for the Rays in this game.
Now he spins him to his knee. We've seen too many of these leave the yard. He gets just underneath it as he goes down. And that is out number 1. Big swing there by Beltre.
Well, here is Mike Napoli. The pitch is outside. 1-0. You know, we mentioned Beltre came up with the Dodgers. I just did a little checking here. We talked about his first hit earlier off Chuck Finley. You know, his first home run obviously came for the Dodgers, but it came in Texas. Hit it off Rick Helling. So his first home run was in Texas, and on his way to the Hall of Fame eventually, and with the presence he's had in Texas, maybe only fitting that he hit that first home run in Texas.
And would love to see him get to at least 500 home runs. You know, he's at 453 now, but you know, play a couple more years, he'll get there.
3-0 to Napoli.
When you think about that, over 3,000 hits, 500 home runs, 20-some years in the big leagues.
5 Gold Gloves.
at least.
At least, yeah. Yep. And has been a delight wherever he's been.
Yeah,
respected by teammates
and the opposition for that matter.
That's exactly right.
The way he carries himself.
Napoli walks. Odor is going to be the hitter. Boxberger was in the game here on Friday. Suffered the loss. Odor 1 for 3. That hit a home run off the C ring in right field. Came in the second inning. Rays overload the right side of the infield. The pitch is down. One on, one out in the 8th. Alex Colomé is up in the Rays bullpen. down the right field line. That's a strike. 1-1. Two and one. Foul ball back and a big rip there, and it's 2-2.
Well, Odor, after seeing a number of changeups in a row, he got one. That was his pitch. That was your shot right there. A 2-1 stayed middle. He was right on it too, and just fouled it back. You can see him taking just a few extra seconds here to regroup because he let that go by.
Fly ball back into right field. Souza Jr. is going to go to the wall, and it's gone. Odor hits a changeup out, his second home run of the game. And that will tie this one at 5.
Yeah, that's one of those pitches that you question the selection. You'd thrown him 3 in a row, and you saw that last one. He was right on it. You're not fooled anymore by the changeup at all. And so you come back with it once again, and well, there you go, right on it. And he had proved that to the Rays the previous pitch. And not only that, but that follows up a walk. So you get the tying run to the plate via a walk with a 2-run lead late, and then get burned on that pitch. That hurts.
And now a long one the other way. Gomez has hit this one out to left, and Boxberger has given up back-to-back home runs. And Texas has exploded for 3 in the 8th to take a 6-5 lead. 13th home run for Gomez. And so Texas comes from behind again.
Now a breaking ball that just spun right to the middle of the plate, into the middle of Gomez barrel. And how about that? I'll tell you what,
Gallo, who homered in the 5th inning, it's 4 home runs for Texas today.
Well, and just when you look over the course of the series, what happened to the Rays in the 9th inning of Game 1, and then the 10th, and then of course the debacle in last night's game in the 6th inning. And then all of a sudden here, you're seemingly cruising along, and Kevin Cash has his bullpen set up exactly how he wants it, and the Rays trail all of a sudden here in the 8th out of nowhere. Well, you had better pray for a comeback in this ball game.
Kittredge up in the bullpen now. And a high pop foul, third base side, and that will carry out of play. Two and two. So with 1 out, Napoli walked. Odor hits the home run. Gomez hit one out. And that's strike 3 call to Gallo. So 2 outs here in the 8th. Back-to-back home runs for Texas in this inning. 2nd time. They've gone back-to-back this year. Earlier this month, on the 7th of July, they did that against the Angels, victimizing the Rays in the 8th inning today. And now there's a strike to Lucroy. That's a strike. 0-2. Ground ball to the right side. Miller with the pickup and the throw in time. 2 home runs in a 3-run inning here in the 8th has given Texas the lead. A 2-run shot by Odor to tie the game. And then the home run to left by Carlos Gomez makes it 6-5 Texas in the middle of the 8th. Post 9/11 veterans. Learn more about how Homes for Our Troops is rebuilding lives and visit foxsportsupports.com. Jason Grilli, the veteran right-hander, is added to this Texas bullpen for that veteran presence. Will make his 31st appearance of the year. Last time the Rays saw him, he was wearing a Toronto Blue Jays uniform. Here's Adeiny Echeverria to lead it off, and he takes the ball.
Well, he's going to go down at the bottom of the Rays lineup now, trail by a run, and need to get things working here. It's getting late, and you're down to your final 6 outs. You need to wake up this building. It is quiet in here right now after what happened in the top half.
Upstairs, 2-0. Really the 4th pitcher for Texas. Two balls and a strike. Echeverria singled in a run in the 2nd. He's also walked. Officially 1 for 2. Struck out his last time. that's foul down in front of Charlie Montoyo and beyond. 2-2. Alex Smith on deck. He's had a good day. 2 hits, a couple of runs batted in. Maria trying to get something started in the 8th. Bounce it up the right side, out of play. Felt like that's much easier to handle in the stands than that line drive that was backhanded earlier. Out on strikes. Troy got the tag before Echeverria could leave the plate.
Really swept that breaking ball so far outside of the zone that even on the swing you think, well, maybe it's going to get by. See how far out he goes to smother that baseball and then recover with the tag.
Alex Smith bunted his way on in the 6th inning, and Beltre's close again at 3rd here in the 8th. Upstairs.
Showing you a little bit of everything here today. A bunt for a hit with the 3rd baseman Beltre pulled in. Also shot a rocket over the head of Chu out in right field. That knocked in a couple of runs.
The fastball. It's 1-1.
And he's asking right now, Jerry Lane, was that a strike? Because that ball out of the hand of Gurley looked to be up and away and off the plate. A borderline pitch. And so you want to get an idea. Did I just swing at ball 1? And then you move on from there, understanding what the strike zone is going to be here.
This one he takes away. Now 2-1.
Interesting, very similar pitch, and that one he lays off of.
Well, the Rays batting in the 8th. Texas taking the lead in the top of the inning. Rays have dropped 3 in a row, and in those games they have had multi-run leads in each one of them. Popped up on the left side. Andrus there to make the catch. 2 up and 2 down here in the 8th inning. And now Wilson Ramos will be up here to hit in Sucre's spot.
Your attention, please. He's hitting for Sucre.
Wilson Ramos.
Number 40, Wilson Ramos.
On to hit. Ramos 1 for 4 in the 2nd game of this series. Started the first 2 games, now pinch hitting in the 8th inning with the bases empty and 2 outs. And that's a strike as he sweeps that one off the plate wide.
And a slider more left to right or right to left as opposed to a ton of depth. And look how much space that eats up on its way to the plate. Starts it on the inner 3rd and runs it clean off.
1-1, and that one even more.
Yeah. That's expanding the zone to another level. Almost staying away from the fastball for now, respecting the power of Wilson Ramos.
foul the other way. Now 1-2. Clark was in the game last night for an inning. Up in the bullpen right now for Texas. And a line drive caught by Beltre at third. And the Rays are up and down 1, 2, 3 in the 8th. We'll go to the 9th with Texas holding a 1-run lead. As we go to the 9th inning. Baltimore Orioles will be coming in. It'll be Kevin Gausman against Blake Snell tomorrow night. Our coverage begins at 6:30. Wade Miley and Jake Faria in the middle game Tuesday, and then Wednesday day game Alex Cobb against Ubaldo Jimenez. So the Rays with Baltimore in for 3. This two-team homestand, a 6-gamer. There's Wilson Ramos behind the plate after hitting in the bottom of the 8th. New battery for the Rays. Ramos behind the plate. Andrew Kittredge is the new pitcher, making his 3rd appearance.
Yeah, on for the 3rd time, and imperative that he puts up a 0 here, working the top of the order. It will not be easy.
Chu takes the pitch, and that's a ball.
Rays 1 shot left. Down by a run.
Well, they'll have the top of the order due up in the bottom of the 9th. So you're right. Hold them here and see what the Rays can do with the top of the lineup due in the bottom of the 9th. One, 2 the count on Shin-Soo Choo.
Good backdoor breaking ball there by Kittredge.
Bit of that one foul. Elvis Andrus next, and then Nomar Mazara.
Look down at that Ranger bullpen, and you got to believe it's Jose Leclerc that's going to be on. Alex Claudio has been working quite a bit on this road trip. Nice.
A swing and a miss. That was a nice breaking pitch there to get him.
That whole sequence by Kittredge was pretty awesome. I mean, the way that he worked over a very good hitter in Chu. And then he finally comes back here with a breaking ball, works it down and in, coming off the fastball in. That was well set up and well executed.
$11 strikeouts for Rays pitching. Texas in double figures with 10. And there's a strike call. Two. Tap. His backswing as well. Foul ball. Wide. The Angels have a 1-0 lead on Boston and Anaheim. That game moving on to the 5th inning. The Yankees an early 2-0 lead on Seattle. Mariners batting in the bottom of the 2nd. Swing and a miss. Mariners out on strikes. Coming up, Rays Live, the postgame presented by W.B. Mason. We'll hear from Kevin Cash, the press conference. Rich and Arestas breaking down Rougned Odor's 2 big home runs and an interview from the clubhouse as well. Two strikeouts here in the 9th. Zara. It's the first pitch for a ball, 1-0. And a bit high. 2 balls, no strikes. Three and nothing. Kittredge, pitcher number 6 for the Rays, and he walks Mazzara on 4 pitches. So a couple of strikeouts ahead of the walk, and now he's going to face Adrian Beltre.
Third baseman, Adrian Beltre.
Beltre opened the scoring in this game when he tripled to lead off the 2nd inning and scored on Napoli's fly ball to right. Ground ball through the open right side. Mazzara stops at 2nd to throw back to 2nd, and he's back in. So another hit for Beltre. So 2 more hits for Beltre.
Well, the Rays were giving him the right side, and he got a pitch that made it easier for him to go that way. There is nobody home. And he just pokes that ball into right field. 2 outs, 2 men on. Keep climbing the ladder.
2,989. Just 11 away from 3,000 and catching Roberto Clemente. Now it's Napoli. Fouls it, strike 1. Napoli walked and then scored on Odor's home run in the 8th inning. That was against Boxberger. It's wide. One ball, 1 strike. Kittredge getting the first 2. Now pitching with 2 men on and a big cut and a miss. He's ahead of Napoli 1-2. Pops it up, foul. And out of play it goes. Bring along another 1-2 pitch from the rookie right-hander. Well, he struck out Chu and Andrus. Walked Mazar, gave up the hit to Beltre. Here's the 1-2 to Napoli. 2-2. Rays trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. They're going to have to come from behind if they do. High pop up. Echeverria from shortstop. Now coming on is Longoria, and he makes the catch. That ball hit the rigging up there. Hit the A-ring, and then came back as Echeverria was set to make the catch, and Longoria saved the day by making the grab because that ball was still in play. A 1-run game as we go to the bottom of the 9th. It will be Dickerson, Miller, and Longoria due up in a 6-5 game. Runs in the 8th inning. The difference right now, our Bonefish catch of the game. Texas coming up with that big 8th inning, a home run by Odor, his 2nd of the game, hitting a changeup out. Gomez hitting the go-ahead home run to left. Back-to-back home runs of Brad Boxberger. And as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, the Rays are down by a run. They'll be facing Jose Leclerc, who has 1 career save. That was on April the 12th against the Angels. On now 2-2 on the year. And here's Corey Dickerson to lead off against him. And he swings and misses the fastball. Strike one. Leclerc pitched 1 inning in the middle game of the series yesterday.
Now plenty of velocity. You saw that 95. This is where the Jeff Bannister trying to mix and match here and put this game away. He's got his work cut out for him.
1-1. Miller next. Longoria to follow. Into the dirt. 2-1. Over his last 3 games, he's given up no runs in 2 1/3. A 2-1 count. And a cut and a miss on the fastball. Up once again. 2-2. That one at 96.
Yeah, enough velocity to get it above the swing. See how he digs in on that 4-seamer, and boy, it's awfully close. Corey Dickerson taking a big swing and looking to do serious damage here.
And time called. And a swing and a miss on that pitch, darting down and in.
I'll tell you what, they've been going after Corey Dickerson with 2 strikes, getting him to expand the zone. They do it this time down with off speed, the changeup. But how about the block by Lucroy? That is not an easy block. That ball moving down and in. You see they get the swing, but you've got to corral the baseball at that point. It's been the fastball up and out of the zone. This time it's the changeup down below the zone.
Here's Brad Miller. Miller fouls the fastball back.
Brad Miller's had some big hits for the Rays late in ball games, situations just like this. Can he do it again?
Walked with the bases loaded in the 4th. He opened the 7th with a single. The 0-1 pitch into the dirt. Skip back and part of Jerry Lane.
You got to be careful with the fastball to Brad Miller when it is down in the zone. Boy, this was off Yu Darvish, straightaway center field. That ball, no doubter, off the bat. And he's looking for something like that right here.
Upstairs. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, he is taking his time in between pitches here. Very deliberate pace set by Jose Leclerc.
And being careful to the left-handed hitters. The hitters who have given him problems have been from the left side. He's been pretty dominant against right-handed hitting. 2-1 to count on Miller.
Yeah, you see he's having a hard time deciding what he wants to do here.
Now it's 2-2.
Well, that ball got down into dangerous territory. That was the off speed, the changeup once again, and it was down and working down and in, and Brad Miller didn't miss it by much.
2-2. And the count's going to be full.
A good take by Brad Miller. You saw Lucroy behind the plate really telling Leclerc, I want this down, 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 down and in. They wanted to sweep that slider and get the swing. Watch Lucroy tap the plate and then with the finger right here.
Step back.
Yeah, he just this is just an unsure at bat.
Here it is, 3-2. And ball 4, he walked it. Missed for the fastball. The Rays get a base runner. Miller heads to first for Evan Longoria.
That ball looked like it hit the bat. That ball looked like it hit the bat. Wow, what a break here for the Rays.
Ooh, that was close.
So close.
Wow.
Misdirected maybe. The wind patterns.
It's the wind pattern.
Over the top of that bat.
Peter Borges runs at first now for the Rays, and Evan Longoria is at the plate. Borges running for Miller. And the pitch is too high. 1-0.
You know, Lucroy going out for another meeting here with Leclerc, but I'll tell you something right now, he has no rhythm. No rhythm out there on the mound, overthinking every pitch, and I think Lucroy right now trying to encourage him in this situation. Taking an awful lot of time, very deliberate, way more deliberate than we saw him last night.
Borges now the runner. Over to first, and he's back at Borges. Pinch hit in the game last night. Doubled in the ninth. He's pinch running in this game in the ninth. And a foul into the Rays dugout. It's 1-1. Evan Longoria up here, 5 career walk-off home runs. His last one was against San Diego in 2013.
Long overdue.
That was a game started by Tyson Ross. How about that?
Oh, wow.
And that's a strike. It's 1-2. You don't find that type of particular information unless you're friends with Rick Odioso.
Magic man. Coming up big in late situations.
And Johnny O. 1 ball, 2 strikes. There's a high fly ball toward the line and left. Mazara is still on the run and gets there in foul territory. So 2 gone. Just to be clear, Johnny O gets
an assist
credit for the Tyson Ross info. Hoping that Mazara might not catch up to this one in foul territory, but enough hang time.
That's it. It was all about the hang time. Too much height. Brings down to their final out, but they have their leading home run hitter here at the plate, Logan Morrison.
Logan Morrison looking for his first hit of the day. Well, let's see if he's saved up for this one. 0 for 2 with a couple walks last night. 0 for 3 with a walk in the first game of the series. So he's due. And the pitch is down, covered up by Lucroy.
And it'll be really interesting to see Leclerc against another left-handed hitter with a lot of power. Very careful there, trying a backdoor breaking ball for strike one. Did not get it. How is he going to approach Logan Morrison? That is the key. Good thing too is Logan Morrison a very good idea of his strike zone, the strike zone in general. Knows exactly what he wants.
And that's the fastball off the plate in. 2-0.
He's not going to be over anxious, and he's going to put himself in position to get a pitch that he wants to swing at, or he'll take the walk if you're not going to give it to him.
Two and 0. Rays have a runner at first, down to their final out, and a long look. Leclerc and Lucroy will get together. Well, Lucroy really working him through the bottom of the ninth. Borges running for Miller, off the bag at first. 2-0 the count to Logan Morrison. And a cut and a miss. 2-1.
Boy, oh boy, he went 2-0 changeup. There it is.
The 2-1 upstairs. Fastball, and we go to 3-1. Six-5 ball game. Rays with a man on. Potential winning run at the plate. Down to their last out. Morrison up 3-1 in the count. And that's a strike. Full count.
Well, one thing that'll do is that'll get Peter Borges running. And that helps. Anything helps here. Any little advantage the Rays can get. The full count. He's off with speed.
There's Borges. Borges breaks, pitch is made, and ball 4. 2 men on with 2 men out. 2 walks in the inning, and Steven Souza Jr. becomes the hitter. Inning started with the strikeout of Dickerson, then the walk to Miller. Borges running for him. Longoria popped up in foul territory. Morrison has walked, and now the Rangers will have a big powwow out there on the mound.
And how about this? Not Doug Brocail. It's Jeff Bannister, the manager. And I think that he sees some of the same body language we see out of Leclerc. Little indecision, taking an awful lot of time, does not look as confident as he did in last night's game. And some encouragement right now from his manager with 1 out to go. And the Rays with a pretty good shot here, runner on second that can run, and Souza Jr., pretty clutch hitter at the plate.
Well, Steven Souza Jr. has scored 2 runs. He's been on 3 times. He was hit by a pitch. Twice has walked, officially 0 for 1. That's when he was called out on strikes. And the pitch, a swing and a miss, strike 1. Kirk, 23 years old, out of the Dominican. He was in 12 games last year with Texas. And that's strike 2 call. So he gets the jump on Souza Jr. The Rays are down to their last strike.
Kind of a backup breaking ball here, kind of freezes Souza, and that ball able to come in and just catch the inside corner. Well, now you battle, you think middle of the field, put the ball in play.
Two on, 2 outs, 2 strikes the count. And a swing and a miss. Souza's out on strikes. He stayed with the breaking stuff, and the game is over. It's a 6-5 final. Texas